Let me know your mind. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. They work for they work. I check it.
Not your brand report. I'm going to talk about this is a list of the chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral VK, and you're welcome, sir. Vice Admiral Extra Apollonia, you're welcome, sir. This is a list. You're welcome, sir. Just please take your position in the pavilion so we can commence the activities that have been lined up for today's ceremonial structure ceremony and award night. Now, an award night. Moving at the Naval Training Command. How are you? Nigerian Bank would also available. Thank you very much. Representative of the chamber. That's General Secretary was much what if you invented today, maybe public also recommends for engine. National Journal. We met all. Every event yesterday by also 186 division Nigeria change of Salam. Also
So you don't see what you go on. You told the company to wiki. They're like, so this company is not for you. They told the company to wiki. Of the land is Kingsley Chinda, who is also from see where the person is from.
saluting dice. There are conveniences for our guests. Should you have difficulties locating it, our ushers are dressed in very lovely blue attires with the white ribbon on your necks. Please feel free to call on any one of them and they will direct you accordingly. Again, we do not pray for fire, but in the unlikely event of fire, please, there are about a number of exit points to your left and to your right. Please make your way very carefully. The muster point is just behind us. We have an auditorium. Please just make your way there and we'll give you further instructions. Again, we have a mobile clinic on site. We also have an ambulance just in case we need to attend to any medical emergency, which we do not hope, which we hope will not happen tonight, but just in case, have you covered. Um, any moment from now, the special guest of honor for today's event is Excellency, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Fubara, who will be joining us in the arena. The arrival of the special guest of honor for today's event will signify the commencement of today's event proper. Also, when Stephen talks, we'll then invite the Nigerian Navy Band, the best band in the whole of Sub-Saharan Africa. I'm talking about the Regimental Band. They'll come do us their display before they go and take their position to marching for the ceremonial sunset proper. Once again, I'm Captain Abiodun Folonshaw, the master of ceremony for today's event, and with me is my co-compare, Lieutenant Sandra Ikechuku Stephen.
Thank you very much, Captain Foloruncho. Distinguished invited guests, very senior, retired and serving officers, ladies and gentlemen. Like my co-compare said, I am Lieutenant Sandra Uju Stephen, and together we look forward to guiding you through an unforgettable evening of celebration and recognition. Today's event will witness the lowering of the ensign and national flag to symbolically signify the end of year 2024, the ushering in of year 2025. At the moment, the guards are formed up and ready for the ceremonial sunset. May I announce that at the entrance of the guard and bands into the parade ground, we are all requested to rise as a mark of respect. May I also request that we silence our phones to ensure an uninterrupted experience. Thank you for your cooperation. Distinguished invited guests, any moment from now, you will witness a spectacular display of Africa's best military bands performing on the parade grounds just before the third march of the guard and band. Before the African's best military bands comes to perform, may I invite the Nigerian Navy Band to please give us some music. The band, please.
Oh, yeah. Go follow.
Commissioner of Police, Agwewi retired. You're very welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, live band. Thank you. The next live band there is, I'll give you the best band in the whole of Africa, my dear friend. Thank you. Okay, very senior officers, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time for the regimental band to give us their display. They will have their display before they will now march out to then return with the guard for the ceremonial sunset proper. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy this display by the regimental band of the Nigerian Navy.
We don't welcome everyone like this. It's only for special people, and you are the most special.
Lieutenant! Angad Singh, why did you bring your chief here without my permission, Angad?
My son will live here for
Angad inside lose this battle because only Diljit will win.
You'll give me whatever I want in exchange for Akil? Yes, I'll give you whatever you want. Tell me what you want. Sire, huh?
strings of love. Monday to Sunday, 6:30 p.m.
English invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, marching on parade is the Regimental Band of the Nigerian Navy. They are dressed in their traditional naval attire with accompanying accoutrements. The band officer, Lieutenant Commander Danchiman, is marching his crew for the display.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, the band commanded by Sub-Lieutenant C. Raymond is serenading us with a beautiful display. Please sit back, relax, and indulge in the band's spectacular performance. Distinguished invited guests, please permit me to recognize in our midst the presence of the Authority Chief Executive, Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Engineer Farouk Ahmed, represented by Mrs. Comfort Ajayi, the Regional Coordinator, South-South. You're very welcome, sir.
Well done.
Okay, the soup still dey. Make I eat now.
Fish. And in the spirit of the season, the Nigerian Navy Band is playing some Christmas carols. They're singing Joy to the World. And indeed, it's been a fantastic year for the Nigerian Navy. There's been fleet expansion, very successful operations. And there's no denying the fact that this is a fitting end to a very successful year under the able and inspirational leadership of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, Admiralty Medal. The Nigerian Navy Band a resounding round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But this is the last time you'll be seeing the band, because any moment from now, they'll return with the guard for the ceremonial source proper. Chief of the Naval Staff, very senior, distinguished, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to recognize the presence in our midst of the representative of the Executive Governor of Delta State. He is Honorable David Tonwe, Director, General Security Matters of Delta State. You're welcome, sir. Live band, please, can you just give us some tunes while we prepare for the ceremonial sunset proper? Very senior, distinguished, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Any moment from now, the quartermaster will pipe 10 minutes to colors that will prompt the guard and the band to march on parade. When it is 5 minutes to sunset, select members of our guests will be invited to march forward and take the ceremonial sunset salute. We'll be making the announcements for those that will be joining the special guest of honor for today's event to take the ceremonial sunset salute. Chief of the Naval Staff, very distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. When the quartermaster will pipe 5 minutes to sunset, I'll most respectfully and humbly invite the Chief of Policy and Plans to request the Chief of Policy and Plans to invite the select distinguished invited guests that will be mentioning to march forward, join the Navy community to salute during the ceremonial sunset proper. The representative, the executive governor of Delta State, the representative of the governor of Bayelsa State, the representative of the chairman Senate Committee on the Navy, the chief host, the chief of the Naval Staff, the chief of Defense Intelligence, the representative of the chief of Defense Staff and Service Chiefs, the chief of Policy and Plans, icons of the Nigerian Navy here present, the defense attaches of France, Egypt, and Zimbabwe, flag officers commanding, the chief of Communications and Information Technology, the seniors, the chief of Training and Operations, the director of Navy, Ministry of Defense will join the chief of Policy and Plans for the ceremonial sunset salute. Once again, I would make this announcement before the chief of Policy and Plans will help to invite the select dignitaries to take the salute. Thank you very much for your understanding. Activate. Band.
Guard and band will march into the parade ground. May I once again remind you that when the guard and band marches on parade, we are all requested to rise.
Coming to sunset! Sunset party! Master!
The quartermaster has just piped 10 minutes to sunset, sir. Please be reminded that as soon as they march in, we are requested to rise. Can we please rise? That marching in graciously to commence the series of activities earmarked for today's ceremonial sunset. All over the world, the military parade remains a fascination to many because it embodies the regimentation and discipline on which the armed forces is founded. On parade today are the guard and band made up of officers and ratings of the Nigerian Navy. They are dressed in the traditional naval ceremonials with accompanying accoutrements. The special guest of honor, sir, may I please request we have our seats? Thank you very much for obliging to stand as the guard and band marched on parade. Very soon we shall witness the pipe of 5 minutes to sunset. At 5 minutes to sunset, the preparatory pennant is hoisted on the foremast to indicate 5 minutes before the sun sets. On observing this, the officer of the day will traditionally make a report to the Commandant Nigerian Naval College, Commodore B.K. F. Young. Our distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Naval Ceremonial Sunset is a combination of 3 ceremonies: the ancient ceremony of beating of the retreat, the tattoo, and the lowering of the national flag. Beating of the retreat was the practice of ceasing fighting at dusk and returning at dawn. The warriors were called back to camp by a roll of the drums. Later, the drums became confused with the sound of gunfire, and bugles were later added.
Very senior, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. The parade is now taking dressing. in preparation for the ceremonial sunset proper.
Permit me, sir, to introduce the guard commander and the sub-guard commanders for today's parade. The guard commander is Lieutenant Christiana Idoren Akpan. She hails from Akwa Ibom State and was born on the 20th of July, 2000. Lieutenant Akpan was admitted into the prestigious Nigerian Defense Academy on the 1st of September 2019 as a member of 71 regular course, where she studied chemistry. She is currently serving on board Nigerian Navy ship Okpabana as a watchkeeping officer. The guard commander is assisted by Sub-Lieutenant Uchechukwu Joachim Anele and Sub-Lieutenant Saidu Abba Saidu. Sub-Lieutenant Uchechukwu Joachim Anele hails from Rivers State and was born on the 2nd of August 2001. He was admitted into the Nigerian Defense Academy as a member of 71 regular course in September 2019, where he also studied chemistry. The officer is currently a watchkeeping officer on board Nigerian Navy ship Obula. His hobbies include eating, cooking, reading articles, and meeting people.
Five minutes to sunset. Sunset party, close up. 5 minutes to sunset. Sunset party, close up. Come on, sir. You know,
Very senior officer, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to invite our select distinguished invited guests to march forward and take their position to salute. And this will occur after the Commandant, Nigerian Naval College, Commodore B.K. Effiong, would inform the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, that it is 5 minutes to sunset. Thereafter, the Chief will now lead out select dignitaries to take their position for the ceremonial sunset. May I at this juncture most respectfully ask that all other dignitaries would rise when the national anthem will be played and officers in uniform are to salute while our civilian friends are to come to our attention. Representative of the Executive Governor of Delta State, Executive Governor of Bayelsa State, the Chairman Senate Committee on the Navy, icons of the Nigerian Navy, the Chief of Defense Intelligence, representative of the Chief of Defense Staff, Service Chiefs, the Defense Attaches of the Republic of France, Egypt, and Zimbabwe, flag officers commanding, the Chief of Communication and Information Technology, the Chief of Navy Safety and Standards, Chief of Training and Operations, Director, Navy, Ministry of Defense, the Chief of Policy and Plans are to join the Chief of the Naval Staff. Also the Amanayabo of Brass and former governor of Rivers State, Sir Dieter Spieth. All the aides are to please return and allow their principals. The Nigerian Navy Band is playing Abide With Me. At a minute to sunset, the preparatory pennant is shaking to allow those involved in the ceremony to come to attention. At this time, all guests are humbly requested to rise, while our select distinguished invited guests would have taken their position behind the guard and band as they have already. At sunset, the preparatory pennant is dipped. The quartermaster will announce sunset to the officer of the day, who will respond with the order pipe still, and immediately after that, the guard officer would order the guard to present arms, while the band plays the sunset hymn. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, any minute from now, the quartermaster will pipe a minute to sunset. May I once again remind all our distinguished guests to rise when that pipe is made, serving military officers in uniform, are to salute, while our civilian friends will remain at attention.
A minute to sunset, sir. A minute to sunset, sir.
Please rise for the ceremonial lowering of the ensign and the national flag for the last time this year, signifying the end of the year for the Nigerian Navy.
Sunset, sir. Sunset, sir.
They are doing this presentation, national presentation. This penance. Pombaki. Where are you going to?
Great. My school. Take to make it done.
They do their ceremonial sunset. You know, chop my data. I don't want to watch again now, by force.
The Commandant, Nigerian Navy, Naval College, Commodore B.K. F. Young has now marched forward to the Chief of the Naval Staff to announce the sunset has been concluded, which marks the end of the ceremonial sunset segment of today's event. May I now most respectfully request the Chief of the Naval Staff, the Chief host for today's event, to invite our select dignitaries to their seats so that we commence the dinner and award night ceremony proper. Thank you very much. The Chief of the Naval Staff, very senior distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. From now, the guard and band will march of the parade to signal the end of the ceremonial sunset segment of today's event. No denying the fact that this has been a very, very, very impressive performance by the guard and band of the Nigerian Navy. I think it is fitting that we give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Please, when they are serving food, they should start from this table.
Admin, if you can hear me, the audio is muted. Please unmute it for us.
I'll give you enough time to very
And ram up. Can add that ram. 4 porcelain and ram up. Drinks are already served. So it's buffet service.
The Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, Admiralty Medal. The representative of the Chairman Senate Committee on Navy, Distinguished Senator Dickett Blank. The representative of the Chief of Defense Staff and Service Chiefs here present. The Chief of Defense Intelligence. Icons of the Nigerian Navy. Heads of paramilitary security agencies and government agencies and parastatals here present. Principal staff officers from defense and service headquarters here present. General officers commanding, flag officers commanding here present. Commanders and commandants of military institutions and establishments. Members of the diplomatic corps. Our royal father, the Amanayabo of Brass. Senior military officers, both serving and retired. The representative of the national president of the Naval Officers Wives Association and our members, captains of industries, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to quickly acquaint you with the remainder of today's activities that are slated for the dinner and award ceremony proper. After the customary welcome, I will humbly invite the Chief of Policy and Plans, Rear Admiral Dale, to come give the welcome address. Thereafter, dinner would be served and we'll have some entertainment. We have the Nigerian Navy Steel Band and of course, a cultural display which will be seen very soon. Thereafter, we'll have the Chief of Naval Staff's remarks. And then we'll move very quickly to the presentation of awards. And the awards tonight are in 4 categories. We have the Commander Sea Badge, the Pilot Wings, the Gallantry Award, and the Chief of the Naval Staff's Posthumous Award. We will then listen to remarks by special guest of honor who present souvenirs. There will be a vote of thanks. And of course, the night would end on her high notes. Depart to our accommodations, hopefully in very good time. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is customary that at the end of every year, the Nigerian Navy family will gather together like this, first to thank the Almighty God, and again to feed to the successes that we have witnessed in the outgoing year. There's no denying the fact that in keeping with that tradition, the year 2024 has been a momentous year under the leadership of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala. Operation Dental Sanity has been one of the most successful operations the Nigerian Navy ship has undertaken in recent times, and he has created a very safe and secure environment in the maritime domain to the benefit of Nigeria. And of course, there has been a lot of infrastructural projects. In keeping with that tradition, tonight promises to be a night to remember all the very, very, very wonderful naval personnel that have played their roles in ensuring that these successes come to pass. Without wasting any more time, it's my singular honor and privilege to bring to the rostrum the Chief of Policy and Plans, Rear Admiral I.A. Dale, to deliver the welcome address. The Chief of Policy and Plans.
CNSA will continue. It's not even called representative. I hope I'll be able to see you. Carry all these papers, please, before they confuse me. Please get this. Oh, hold it back. Okay. The special guest of honor, permit me to stand on the already established protocol, sir. As we approach the end of the year 2024, the Nigerian Navy Ceremonial Sunset and Award Night allows for both introspection and celebration of accomplishment and achievements. The Nigerian Navy is honored to host this annual celebration at the recently inaugurated headquarters, Naval Training Command, Ebubu, Rivers State. The ceremony is being held to uphold the Nigerian Navy heritage and to underscore its pride and professionalism in the armed forces of Nigeria. It is therefore my singular honor and privilege on behalf of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral E.I. Ogala, Admiralty Medal, officers, ratings, and civilian staff of the Nigerian Navy to humbly welcome all our distinguished guests to this ceremonial sunset. Particularly, I want to welcome the reps of Delta and Bayelsa state governors, the Chief of Defense Staff, the rep of the Enugu State Governor, Service Chiefs and Inspector General of Police, the Chief of Defense Intelligence, our royal fathers, heads of paramilitary agencies, defense attaches, and all other special guests present. I also respectfully welcome our mentors, the icons of the Nigerian Navy, senior serving and retired military officers, captains of industries, other invited guests, as well as our esteemed members of the Naval Officers' Wives Association, as we witness this priceless and time-honored naval tradition of ceremonial sunset. The history of the ceremonial sunset can be traced to the aftermath of the 1797 mutiny in the British fleet at Spithead, where Admiral Lord Vincent established the practice in the Royal Navy. It consisted of the hoisting and lowering of colors, also known as Estern and Jack, at a formal ceremony with guards and band on parade. It is also known as retreat call and often signals the end of an official military day or year. This practice is adopted by navies globally, including the Nigerian Navy. Although some applications may vary slightly across navies, the predominant aim is a timeless expression of respect for naval colors, a call to duty, and a way to foster a sense of camaraderie and discipline among naval personnel. Our gathering here tonight symbolizes this historic naval tradition and to also wind down the Nigerian Navy activities for the year 2024. The array of guests at this event is a testament to the Nigerian Navy's growing relevance in securing the maritime domain and economic lifeline of Nigeria for overall national security, stability, and prosperity. In the early years of the Nigerian Navy, the event was mainly hosted in Lagos, where most Nigerian Navy formations were located. Now it is being rotated across naval commands to reflect expansion in the Nigerian Navy establishment, as well as Nigeria's diverse culture and cuisine. It is worthy of note that the last year's event was held and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Today's event includes the traditional ceremonial sunset, dinner, and the award to some naval personnel who have distinguished themselves during the year. Some deserving commanding officers and pilots will also be decorated with the Commander C badge and wings respectively. Significantly, the Chief of the Naval Staff's Commendation Award will be given for innovation and gallantry. It is worth mentioning that some of the recipients of these gallantry awards are being recognized posthumously, and it is my prayer that their souls continue to rest in peace. Amen. Finally, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I respectfully welcome you to a night full of companionship, tradition, and fun. I enjoy you to savor the beauty of tonight's activities as well as a feel of the Nigerian Navy's hospitality. Please make yourselves comfortable as the event unfolds. I thank you for coming. God bless you all and onward together.
May we please once again appreciate the Chief of Policy and Plans with a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. Now it's time to indulge in a delightful dinner. You'll find 2 serving points in the main tent, one by the extreme left and the other by the extreme right. At the tent by my far left is also a serving point, likewise the tent by my right. Please feel free, sir, to proceed to the serving points that is nearest to you. May I also inform the Chief of Naval Staff that is requested to use the serving point by his right, using his orientation. Should I now most respectfully request the Chief of Naval Staff to invite highly esteemed special guests to proceed for dinner. The Chief of Naval Staff, sir. As we dine, we will be treated to the lively sounds of the Nigerian Navy Steel Band, performing live just for us, after which we will also enjoy the enchanting performances by the River State Cultural Group. May I now first invite the Nigerian Navy Steel Band. Yes, sir. May I once again announce that there are 4 serving points for dinner tonight. At the main tent, there are 2 serving points, one by the far left and another by the far right. And then at the other tent, by my left and right, there are also 1 serving point each. The Chief of Naval Staff is requested to make use of the serving point by his right side. May I please request the Chief of Naval Staff to invite our esteemed dignitaries for dinner.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. We have a 4-course dinner, and we have a ram barbecue that I'm told is sponsored by the Chief of Policy and Plans, Rear Admiral Deu. I think it's called Balangusa. Thank you very much, sir. So please, you're encouraged after you have had your regular meal, 4-course meal, to visit the ram barbecue, which is sponsored by the Chief of Police and Plans. Thank you very much, sir. We informed that Mr. Victor S.K. Deria, the representative of the Managing Director of the Oil and Gas Free Zone, is here. You're welcome. I'm also being informed that the representative of the Executive Governor of Enugu State, the head of service, Enugu State is here with us. Thank you very much, sir. Your presence here today has added a lot to today's event, and we're grateful that you have made out time to join the Nigerian Navy family and felicitate on this all important occasion. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us.
Hello, admin. If you can hear me, please. The sound is still. Please, if you can take us to the Navy band so that I can hear what they're playing. Thank you.
Is actually
Please getting ready. I would invite you in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend Ivan. Thank you very much. Thank you. The Chief of the Naval Staff, very senior distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Right from now, we will be witnessing a cultural display by the Judy Cultural Troupe from River State. They have two dance routines. Dance one is titled Yoku. It means the welcome dance. And we have another dance routine called the Unity Dance. Judy Cultural Troupe, are you ready? Okay. Oh, it's now yours. Very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, the Judy Cultural Troop. Please may we give them a resounding round of applause. One of the best cultural troops in River State. Thank you very much for your display. We'll now immediately move on to the award ceremony. And the awards are in 4 categories. We have the Commander C Badge, we have the Pilot Wings, we have the Innovation Award, the Commendation Awardees under Gallantry Award, the Innovation, and indeed the Chief of Naval Staff's Posthumous Award. The awardees, please begin to get ready, because any moment from now, we'll be calling you up to come forward and collect your award. The Chief of the Naval Staff, very senior officers, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, to assist the Chief of the Naval Staff and indeed other select dignitaries to present the award is the Chief of Training and Operations, Naval Headquarters, Rear Admiral Ferreira. We'll commence this award starting with the awards, the Chief of the Naval Staff's award, beginning with the Innovation Award.
The Chief of Naval Staff, sir. This esteemed honor is bestowed upon officers and ratings who have demonstrated exceptional distinction in various areas. Recipients of this award have exemplified outstanding character and behavior, showcasing unwavering commitment to the Nigerian Navy's values. Others have displayed remarkable gallantry in the face of grave danger, embodying the true spirit of bravery and selflessness. Additionally, this award also honors those who have made significant contributions to research and innovations. Tonight, we proudly recognize 23 officers and ratings who have met these exceptional standards, and it is indeed a privilege to present them with the Chief of Naval Staff's Commendation Award. The Chief of Naval Staff Commendation Award are in 3 categories. We would begin with the innovation. As I call on the awardees, may I please request that you march forward. The first awardee is POMEA ODA. Next is WO Iboka IH. Next is Lieutenant A Barade. And the last on this list is Captain A Zidon. Shall we please put our hands together for these awardees? To do us the honors of bestowing these admirable awards to the deserving recipients, may I respectfully invite the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, Admiralty Medal, to please come forward. Yes.
So may I, at this juncture, most respectfully request the Chief of the Naval Staff to invite an icon of the Nigerian Navy, Vice Admiral Jibrila Ayinla, to help us make this presentation. The Chief of the Naval Staff, sir. You now please march forward, and it will start with the first awardee, which is Petty Officer Marine Engineering at FISA, ODA, for his exceptional innovation in the refit of the Griffon 2000 TDXM 11.9 millimeters, 11.9 meters amphibious overcraft and boats, as well as repair of generators on board Nigerian Navy ship Okpagbana and the Nigerian Navy Reference Hospital Ojo. Please a round of applause for Pomie Ode. Thank you very much. Next is Warrant Officer Weapon Engineering at FISA Igboka IH for his exceptional innovation, the refit of 3 United States patrol boats, lights, and a UK rig for the Nigerian Navy. Please a round of applause for him, please. And next is to Lieutenant A. Baradi for his exceptional innovation in developing the Nigerian Navy electronic medical records in the electronic document management system. Please a round of applause for our awardee. Thank you very much. And finally, to the Commanding Officer, Nigerian Navy Ship Kada, Captain Andrew Sidon, for his innovation and ingenuity in command that galvanized the multifunctional team that repaired the defective stern ramp of the ship, thereby facilitating the successful launch and recovery of boats and ensuring the ship's effective participation in several operations, particularly Excess Crocodile Lift and Excess Dana Baji 2024. The Chief of Naval Staff, sir, interestingly, Jibril Ayinla on 76 on the 10th of December 2024, and it's only fitting that we wish him a happy birthday. Band, can we just wish one of the illustrious Navy boys? Thank you very much. The next set of presentations will be performed by one of the icons of the Navy, Vice Admiral V.K. Ombu. But sir, before I call you on to make the presentations, permit me to just quickly bring on the first set of the Special Boat Service crew. The second category of the Chief of Naval Staff's Commendation Award is the Award of Gallantry by the Special Boat Service Team 1. To lead the team is Lieutenant I. Bauer, the Chief of Naval Staff, sir, and indeed our distinguished invited guest. Ladies and gentlemen, this commendation award is for the gallantry of this Special Boat Service crew in the anti-piracy and rescue operation of the Portuguese flagship MV Tommy Richa in the Republic of Benin territorial waters. The Special Boat Services crew is the best special forces in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, and the feats like this just go to prove their proficiency and efficiency. And when we talk naval operations, it is not complete without this special crew. The team is led by Lieutenant I. Bauer. Others in the team are Sub-Lieutenant M.M. Izimako, Leading Seaman Asimiu M., Leading Seaman Daniel E.J., Leading Seaman Matthew B., Eyong O.E., Able Seaman Asuko P.E., and Able Seaman Adamu Z.L. May I at this juncture most respectfully request the Chief of the Naval Staff to invite one of Nigeria's Navy foremost and finest seaman officers, one-time Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral V.K. Ombu, to do us the honors and hand over the awards to the deserving awardees. Chief of the Naval Staff, so please clap if you want to clap. Vice Admiral Ombu's name goes ahead of him. His body of work is impressive. So it's a delight to always have him in the house. The first awardee is Lieutenant I. Bauer. SBS, please don't grip the former Chief of Naval Staff sound too strongly, please. I know you probably been doing press-ups, but be very careful, be very gentle. The senior officer is not your mate. Thank you as you cooperate with this instruction. Next is Sub-Lieutenant M.M. Izimako. Next is Leading Seaman Asimiu M. XRO 181. Next is Leading Seaman Daniel E.J. Next is Leading Seaman Matthew B. X12141. Admiral V.K. Ombusa, it was difficult getting this special boat service crew to wear these uniforms. They wanted to come in military fatigues with their weapons. We had to tell them to calm down. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Next is Lady Seaman Aeon OE S9192. Next is AB Asukwo PE X12645. And finally, Abu Seaman Adamu ZL X13107. The special boat services crew continue to define operations across the country, be it on land, at sea, and even in session from the air. Arguably the finest in this part of the world. Thank you very much, Vice Admiral V.K. Ombu. It's always a pleasure to have you in the house. Thank you for doing us the honors of making this presentation. And it's on your shoulders that we're standing and making all these momentous successes that are going to define the navies that will protect our territorial integrity at sea for many years to come. The next category, the third category is the CNS Commendation Award for the Gallantry Award to indeed another special boat services team, and I'll call them the Team 2. This team is led by Sub-Lieutenant C. Owobuariri. This team is being recognized for their gallantry in the anti-piracy and rescue operation of the Chinese fishing trawler MV Olufang 2 in the Nigerian territorial waters. I have it on good authority that this team refused to be faced by the very bad weather and continued this operation well into the morning and ensuring that the mission that they were given was done according to the last T. Please, may we give this wonderful crew a resounding round of applause. This presentation is another one-time Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral S.O. Afolayan. May I at this juncture most respectfully invite the Chief of the Naval Staff, request Chief of Naval Staff to once again invite the very senior, erudite, seasoned seaman officer who led the Nigerian Navy at one of our best times to come help us make this presentation. Thank you very much, sir. The first, Sub-Lieutenant C. Owobariri, NN 5568. Next is Leading Seaman David B. X11241. Next is leading seaman Barao IY X11406. Very distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, the fun fact is Vice Admiral S.O. Afolayan actually pioneered the establishment of the special boat services. Please may you give him a resounding round of applause, because what the SBS is doing, if you did not pioneer it, we will not be enjoying it today. So, sir, kudos to you. Give you all your flowers, and we thank you very sincerely. Next, leading seaman Adamu S X11681. Finally, able seaman Taiwo M X13554. Thank you very much, Vice Admiral S.O. Afolayan. Someone just whispered here that that the former Chief of Naval Staff can still knock 50 push-ups. I said, let them not push you too much. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you once again. The next award is the Posthumous Award. The Chief of Policy and Plans, Rear Admiral I.A. Dewo, will be supporting the Chief of the Naval Staff to make this presentation. I'll now hand over to Sandra to continue with the presentation of the awards.
Thank you very much, Captain Folorunsho. The Chief of Naval Staff, ladies and gentlemen, it is with profound respect and solemn reverence that we proceed to the last category of the Chief of Naval Staff's Commendation Award. This distinguished honor is reserved for those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty, giving their lives in service to our great nation. The Chief of Naval Staff Commendation Award for Gallantry, presented posthumously, serves as a poignant reminder of the bravery, selflessness, and unwavering dedication exhibited by these fallen heroes. As we honor their memory, we take a moment to reflect on the sacrifices they made for our nation. I request that you all rise to observe 1 minute of silence in reverence and respect for our fallen heroes. Shall we rise, please? Who may please be seated. May their sacrifice never be forgotten, and may their bravery continue to inspire us all. Tonight, we pay tribute to their memory, honoring their sacrifice and the profound impacts they've made on our nation. The recipients of these awards to be honored by their next of kins are Lieutenant Commander G.Y. Gwaza, NN3308. This award is posthumously presented to Lieutenant Commander G.Y. Gwaza for his gallantry in attempting to rescue 59 crew on board the dredger MV Ambika 4. To receive this award is his lovely wife, Mrs. Salome Gideon Gwaza. May I please most respectfully invite the Chief of Naval Staff to present this award. May I please invite the next of kin of Able Seaman Agba, CA, his lovely wife, Mrs. Agba Cornelius, to please come forward to receive the award on behalf of her late husband. May I please request that Mrs. Merit John Jaja please get ready to come next. The Chief of Naval Staff, sir. The award is being presented posthumously to Able Seaman Agba, CA, for his gallantry in rescuing his comrades during Operation Wild Stroke in Benue State, Nigeria, on the 1st of January 2024. May I please invite Mrs. Merit John Jaja to please come forward. Mrs. Merit John Jaja, please. This award is presented posthumously to Able Seaman John Jaja, SV, X13295, for his gallantry in rescuing his comrades during Operation Udoka 2 in Anambra State on the 2nd of September 2024. May I please invite the next recipient of this award, Mr. Promise Bulus. Mr. Promise Bulus is the brother to Able Seaman Issa. Able Seaman Issa A paid the ultimate prize in a road traffic accident while on escort duties in Operation Delta Safe Nigeria on the 10th of July 2024. The next two awards presented posthumously is to Leading Seaman James DH and Leading Seaman Simdoc. May I please request that their wives comes forward. The wives of Leading Seaman James DH and Leading Seaman Simdoc JN. The Chief of Naval Staff, sir, this award is presented posthumously to the Special Boat Service crew members who paid the ultimate prize during the anti-piracy and rescue operation of the Portuguese flagship MV Tommy Richer in the Republic of Benin territorial waters. Thank you very much, sir. Can we please put our hands together for the Chief of Naval Staff? Can we please put our hands together for the Chief of Naval Staff as he makes his way back to his seat? The next category of award tonight is...
Thank you very much. Please, can we give the Chief of the Naval Staff a resounding round of applause? I just checked, everybody have eaten. I can see the Balangu, the ramps here is going round, people are having drinks. And this is all courtesy of the Chief of the Naval Staff, please. And he has been kind enough to help us make the presentation. The next category of award is the Command at Sea badge. To make this presentation is the Chief of the Naval Staff who help us make two of the presentations, and then I'll call on the representative of the Chairman Senate Committee on the Navy to make the remaining two presentations. I will now call on the recipients, starting with Captain S.O. Oneshe. Commanding Officer, Nigerian Navy Ship Ologo from the 9th of September 2023 to 22nd September 2024. Senior officer covered a total of 1,020 hours, 65 minutes on the way, and covering a total distance of about 3,120 nautical miles. Followed closely is Commander A. Kajola, Commanding Officer of Nigerian Navy Ship Aba from 23rd February to 22nd October 2024, covering a total of 5,222 hours, 34 minutes, covering a total of 14,840 nautical miles. Commander Pacheco and Atuba are represented here today. They were commanding officers of Nigerian Navy Ship Torina, 14th August to 15th June 2024, covering 11,983 hours, covering 10,344 nautical miles. And finally, Commander A. Pacheco, Nigerian Navy Ship Kano, 14th February to 27th October 2024, covering a total of 14,830 hours on the way. To make the presentation, the Chief of Naval Staff is already on hand. To assist the Chief of Naval Staff, the Chief of Training and Operations, Rear Admiral E.O. Ferrer. Starting with Captain S.O. Oneshe. The Chief of the Naval Staff is now pinning the Commander T badge. A very prestigious award for seaman officers who have commanded a seagoing vessel, a man of war at sea. And then the certificate completing the awards. Thank you very much. Up next is Commander A.A. Kajola, NN 2943, Commanding Officer of Nigerian Navy Ship Aba, from 23rd February 2024 to 22nd October 2024, covering 11,252 hours on the way. Is currently the Commanding Officer of the Naval Outpost Ikuru. Thank you, the Chief of Naval Staff, sir. You may now return to your seat. Thank you for helping us to make the presentation. I will now most respectfully invite distinguished Senator Ticket Blank, representative of the Chairman Senate Committee on the Nigerian Navy, to help us make the next rounds of the presentation. Sir, unlike the Chief of the Naval Staff, you will not be pinning the Commander C badge because these are their representatives. You will hand over the certificates to symbolize, and of course, we'll send the pinning ceremony will be done at a later date. Thank you very much. We'll start with Commander C.C. Atuba. And finally, Commander A.O. Pacheco. Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Dickett Blank, the representative of the Chairman Senate Committee on the Nigerian Navy. The Chief of Training Operations will also be on hand to help us with the next round of presentation. The next presentation is the winging of the pilots. This recognition is given to pilots of the Nigerian Navy who have met the stipulated criteria of a certain hours consolidation flight training, particularly for young pilots. This has been a long-standing practice in the Nigerian Navy Air Arm, which has been in existence since 1985. The recipients of this very important award, which is a milestone in the career of any Nigerian Navy pilot, are as follows. Lieutenant C.M. Megeri, NN 4217. Please remember, I'm just calling these names in no particular order. Please, as the pilots march forward, please remember. Lieutenant Commander M.M. Labaran, NN 3533. Next is Lieutenant R.O. Ejabena, Lieutenant A.M. Bello, Lieutenant K.O. Dada, Lieutenant I. Garba, Lieutenant O.S. Oguchi, Lieutenant H. Sefianu, Lieutenant J. Yahweh, Lieutenant M. Adamu, and finally, Lieutenant C.L. Megeri. To make this presentation are the representatives of the executive governors here present, with the representative of the executive governor of Bayelsa State, retired Commissioner of Police, Akpoebi Agberebi. Please, can you come forward and do us the honors of winging these pilots, assisted by the Chief of Training and Operations, himself a seasoned pilot, one of the best we have in the Nigerian Navy, person of Rear Admiral Farrer. The first is Commander M.M. Labaran. Thank you very much, the representative of the executive governor of Bayelsa State. You may now return to, oh, sorry. Thank you very much. So please a round of applause for the representative of the Bayelsa State Governor, retired Commissioner of Police, Akpoebi Agberebi, for doing us the honors of winging Lieutenant Commander Labaran. May I at this juncture most respectfully invite the head of service, Enugu State, Mr. Ken Ugu, to the representative of the executive governor of Enugu State to help us make the next presentation. Mr. Ken Ugu, please. Okay, we'll now call the representative of Delta State Governor, the Director General Security Matters, Delta State, Honorable David Tonwe, to please come forward and make this next presentation. Next is Lieutenant R.O. Ejabena. Thank you, sir, the representative of the executive governor of Delta State. Please a round of applause for him as he makes his way back to his seat. May I at this juncture most respectfully invite one of Nigeria's Navy finest pilots, the most senior pilot on parade, Rear Admiral S.G. Bura, to make the next round of winging the pilots. Rear Admiral S.G. Bura, please. Rear Admiral S.G. Bura was the pioneer commander of the Operation Delta Sanity when he was the flag officer commanding of the Central Naval Command, one of Nigeria's Navy's finest pilots. And I'm sure he's very proud today to be winging these young pilots who will be taking in his illustrious steps. Next is Lieutenant A.M. Bello. As the senior officer is winging the young pilots, I can see him offering words of advice, which I'm sure these young pilots will take to heart, considering that the senior officer had a very distinguished flying career. Pioneer the number of things that the Air Arm is currently doing. Next is Lieutenant K.O. Dada. Lieutenant Dada has so far flown over 1,217 hours and 10 minutes. Thank you very much, sir. Rear Admiral S.G. Bura, thank you so very much for obliging us the courtesy of winging these young pilots. Thank you very much. And thank you once again. Please a round of applause for Rear Admiral S.G. Bura. The next presentation, the next winging will be done by the Chief of Defense Intelligence, Major General E.A.P. Udiade. Next is Lieutenant I. Garba. Next is Lieutenant O.S. Oguchi. Thank you, sir. Next is Lieutenant H. Safianu. Huh? Wait, thank you very much, the Chief of Defense Intelligence, for once again helping us to make this all-important presentation and helping us to wing these young pilots. Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for the Chief of Defense Intelligence. The next winging will be done by the chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, Admiralty Medal. May I most respectfully and humbly once again invite the chief of the Naval Staff to make the next two sets of presentations. Chief of the Naval Staff, sir. Next is Lieutenant J. Yahweh. And next is Lieutenant M. Adamu, NN 4105. Thank you very much, sir, the Chief of the Naval Staff, for always obliging us the courtesies of making this presentation time and again. And you, sir, you've always been very kind. We thank you very much, and we thank you again. Please a round of applause for the Chief of the Naval Staff. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, next presentation is indeed a very, very prestigious and momentous one, because in the history of the Nigerian Navy, we're having the first naval female pilot. She has bucked the trend and the proverbial glass ceiling. She has earned this feat in her own steam, besting other male counterparts to earn this prestigious sport as a pilot in the Nigerian Navy. She has undertaken day and night missions with partner navies in the Gulf of Guinea and indeed with other extra-regional navies around the world. Special guest of honor, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Chief of the Naval Staff has graciously requested that one of the wives of the icons of the Nigerian Navy, Mrs. Betty Ombo, will do us the honor to wing this first female pilot. She'll be supported by Mrs. Treasurer Folaya and Mrs. Teresa Ibas. Please, can we give this lady a resounding round of applause to say what a man can do? A woman can do better. You know, sometimes it's things you never see it in practice. But Lieutenant C.M. Megiri has indeed gone out there and shown that she can really, really compete with the men. I can see our mommies are smiling and they are wishing they were younger. Who knows? They just might we get behind the cockpit as well. On this note, I can see that other members of the Naval Officers' Association are giving support to our mommies. Megiri, you're indeed very special, and there's no denying the fact that history would always be very kind to you. So on this note, I'll call on Lieutenant C.M. Megiri to march forward for our winging. Lieutenant C.M. Megiri will now be the last female pilot, and who knows, maybe by this time next year, she would have also dragged other female officers into the cockpit, helping to ensure that the Nigerian maritime environment is free of criminal elements. The representative of the national president and the vice president of the Naval Officers Association and some members have joined in this epochal picture. Congratulations, Megiri. Like I said, history will be very kind to you. And just keep going to keep the flag flying. Thank you. Want to thank Mrs. Betty Ombu and indeed our mommies that have joined to make this presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. And God bless you, ma. Navy Steel Band, can you just quickly give us a quick interlude while we arrange the stage for the Chief of the Naval Staff's remarks? Navy Band. Chair of Naval Staff, very senior distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of the Executive Governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Sir Siminalayi Fubara. You're welcome, sir. Please rise for the national anthem. Serving military officers in uniform are to salute, while our civilian partners are to please remain at attention. Please be seated. The Executive Governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Sir Siminalayi Fubara, we're indeed very delighted to have you in our midst. We are aware of how tight your schedule was for today. Seeing that you just commissioned some projects, we're indeed delighted to have you in our midst. And there's no denying the fact that your presence here today has added color to the event. Thank you very much for being with us. I will now immediately move to the next item on this program, which is the Chief of the Naval Staff's remarks. May I, at this juncture, most respectfully and humbly invite the Chief Host, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, Admiralty Medal to the rostrum, to make his remarks. The Chief of the Naval Staff, sir.
Thank you very much. The Executive Governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Fubara, our host governor. The representative of the Chairman Senate Committee on Navy. The representative of the Chief of Defense Staff. and other service chiefs, the Chief of Defense Intelligence, our distinguished icons of the Navy, Vice Admiral Ombu, Vice Admiral Folayo, Vice Admiral sorry. Yeah. Okay. Heads of paramilitary institutions, government agencies that are here present, principal staff officers from both the defense and services headquarters, flag officers commanding, commanders and commandants of military institutions and establishments, members of the diplomatic corps, our royal fathers, senior officers, both serving and retired, representative of the president of Naval Officers Wives Association and other members of the association, captains of industry, gentlemen of the press, senior officers, our distinguished senior ratings, ladies and gentlemen. I must first thank the Almighty God for making it possible for us to be here today. It is my pleasure to make these remarks, therefore, on this occasion of the Nigerian Navy 2024 Ceremonial Sunset and Awards Night. I welcome our special guest of honor, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Subara. I also welcome all our distinguished guests and eminent personalities that are here. We are indeed honored to have you all present at this event. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, the ceremonial sunset is an age-long naval tradition used to mark the end of activities over a specific period. This year's ceremonial sunset marks the end of Nigerian Navy activities for the year 2024. It is a time to reflect on our achievements in the year and also bolster comradeship, as well as acknowledge the hard work of our officers and ratings by honoring those who have distinguished themselves. As we celebrate, we should spare moments to reflect on our collective achievements. Let us reminisce on the expectations for the coming year and brace up for the task ahead. Our strength as a Navy is anchored in our collective will to defend the territorial integrity and ensure economic security of our dear nation in line with our statutory rules. And when I say our statutory rules, I mean our military rules, diplomatic rules, and our policing rules, which we call our Coast Guard rules. In this regard, we have redoubled our efforts through enhanced maritime security operations to combat maritime crimes, especially the hydra-headed menace of oil theft, pipeline vandalism, and piracy, among others. We have ensured fleet recapitalization, infrastructural development, and improved personnel welfare in line with the Nigerian Navy Strategic Plan 2021 to 2030. We have also strengthened partnership with relevant stakeholders and international partners to curb maritime crimes in our maritime domain and the Gulf of Guinea in general, in order to emplace a conducive environment for shipping and other legitimate economic activities. The year 2024 has been a period of significant progress and accomplishment for the Nigerian Navy. In January this year, we launched Operation Delta Sanity and incorporated area surveillance into our operations using helicopters and unmanned aerial vehicles to improve our maritime domain awareness. This is in order to effectively convert the issue of oil theft and other maritime crimes. The operation recorded tremendous successes, which led to the arrest of numerous vessels and suspects involved in oil theft and other crimes. This increased Nigeria's daily crude oil production, and several oil companies have reported about 100% terminal factor in the past few months. This is indicative of the fact that pipeline vandalism and theft of crude oil have drastically reduced. In line with our strategy, we are involved in various land-based operations across the nation's 6 geopolitical zones in collaboration with sister services to ensure national security. Of course, this is also in line with our total spectrum maritime strategy, which ensures that our operations covers the entire spectrum, starting from the land to the territorial waters, internal waters, the exclusive economic zone, and even beyond the EEZ, up to the entire Gulf of Guinea, which is our maritime area of interest. We have established 2 new bases. We have also operationalized our outposts in Shagunu and recently incorporated a maritime component into Operation Fasanyama in Northwest Zone. As a testament of our commitment to operational readiness, we recently concluded the year with the Chief of Naval Staff annual sea inspection and exercise, codenamed Exercise Deyin Abaji, which translates to calm waters in Kalabari language. The exercise involved 15 naval ships, capital ships, 3 helicopters, detachment of special base service, and over 2,000 personnel. This is the highest assembly of ships for an exercise in the recent history of the Nigerian Navy. The 3-day exercise involved strenuous workup of ships and provided opportunity to evaluate our combat readiness and capabilities. It is gladdening to note that the exercise was a huge success and has prepared us for the task ahead. In the area of fleet recapitalization, we launched 2 by 32-meter fast patrol boats, an offshore survey vessel, and 2 helicopters in June this year. We also launched 3 helicopters in November this year, making it a total of 5 helicopters just this year. We received 2 by 38-meter Sea Eagle fast patrol boats this week, and we're also expecting 3 by 46-meter fast patrol boats from China in January 2025. We have made significant progress in the construction of 2 by 76-meter offshore patrol vessel from Turkey, which is scheduled to be delivered by second quarter of 2025. In the area of indigenous shipbuilding, we have progressed significantly in the construction of 2 by 38-meter seaward defense boats, which will be completed by mid next year. These are in addition to 3 tugboats and several patrol boats being constructed for the Nigerian Navy to be delivered in the year 2025. These platforms we further position the Nigerian Navy towards projecting naval power within the Gulf of Guinea region and beyond. And of course, this is a true testament to our determined goal of achieving the objectives of our 2021 to 2030 strategic plan. The Nigerian Navy has also embarked on unprecedented infrastructural developments across various commands towards improving personnel welfare. Some of these include barracks development in Lagos, Benue, and Ogun states. Others are construction of several units of accommodation for ratings and officers at Navy Town, Abuja, and Lagos. Completion of welfare schools development, among several others. Also, the facilities at this command headquarters here in Ebubu, Eleme, hosting this ceremony, are one of the many examples of infrastructural development recorded this year. We also provided medical evacuation of personnel and their families, as well as improved educational sponsorship for families of our deceased personnel. These are geared towards personnel welfare, as we recognize that the personnel are the most important factor of production. In order to promote regional and international cooperation, we successfully conducted major international exercises such as exercise Grand African Nemo and exercise Crocodile Lift. We also hosted the 2024 International Maritime Conference and Regional Maritime Exercise, as well as the 80th Annual Symposium of Heads of Navies and Coast Guards of the Gulf of Guinea nations in Lagos and Abuja, respectively. These were aimed at ensuring security of our maritime environment for safe harnessing of economic resources for the development of our blue economy. It is also in furtherance of Nigeria's determined goal of increasing the exploitation of our resources in the maritime environment, which the federal government of Nigeria have identified as key to the eradication of poverty in our country. These achievements would not have been possible without the unwavering support of the federal government of Nigeria and other stakeholders. On this note, I'd like to express my profound gratitude to the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. We are indeed grateful to him for his unflinching support to the Navy. I want to also appreciate the Honorable Minister of State for Defense for his guidance at all times. To our host, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, we appreciate you for your support to the Nigerian Navy operations and activities. I also wish to appreciate the members of the National Assembly, especially the Chairman Senate Committee on Navy and the Chairman House Committee on Navy. We are grateful for your sustained support throughout this year. I further salute the Chief of Defense Staff and other service chiefs for their tremendous support. At this juncture, I wish to appreciate all our partners and stakeholders who contributed immensely towards the achievements we recorded this year. To our icons and our mentors, whose support has remained constant, we remain grateful to you all. I wish to also commend the invaluable role played by the Naval Officers' Wives Association. Your support, sacrifices, and understanding are the bedrock upon which the Navy stands. Lastly, I would like to commend the efforts of all the officers and ratings of the Nigerian Navy who remained resolute in the attainment of our strategic objectives. I would like to remind every officer and rating, that the achievements we celebrate today is a collective achievement. It couldn't have been possible without the dedication and relentless effort of each and every one of you. I urge you all to remain disciplined, dedicated, and patriotic as always. We must be mindful of the tasks ahead and ensure that the Navy remains committed to our statutory role of protecting the nation's maritime domain. You must remember that the federal government of Nigeria has invested so much in you. To whom much is given, much is expected. As I speak to you, every request we have presented to the federal government of Nigeria within the last 1 year have been favorably considered. It therefore behooves on us to put in our best and to show to the society that we are really the guardian of the Nigerian maritime environment. On this note, I want to wish you all an amazing evening and a prosperous year ahead. God bless you and onward together. Thank you.
Please may we give the Chief of the Naval Staff a resounding round of applause. Thank you very much. Those were the remarks by the Chief Host, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, Admiralty Medal, the Chief of the Naval Staff. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. I will take it to heart and we'll go again next year, building on the successes that we've had this year. It is now time for us to listen to our amiable host, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Fubara, the special guest of honor for today's event. There's no denying the fact that our amiable governor has moved mountains, jumped over very higher mountains, crossed many seas to be with us today. And sir, we cannot but appreciate you and appreciate you even more. So it is now time for us to listen to his brief remarks. And it's on this note that I most respectfully request the Chief of the Naval Staff to invite the special guest of honor to make his remarks. A special guest of honor, sir.
Our chief host, I'm the host as the state governor, but inside this premises, we have a chief host. And the chief host is no other person but the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala. Let me recognize the first governor of our state, who is retired but not tired, Amayanabo of Tuambras, King Alfred Spiff. Let me also recognize in your own order the representatives of the chairman, Senate Committee on Navy, and also that of the House of Representatives. Let me also recognize the commanders
that are here with us. The Naval Commander, I saw the Air Force Commander, and maybe any other one that is here with us. And at this juncture, lean on the military protocol well established so that I don't commit any offense before you now put me in barrack here. Let me, on behalf of the government and the good people of River State, congratulate the Nigerian Navy, more especially, and the River State Command on this very wonderful event, marking the end of the year of our Lord, 2024. When I came in and asked what sunset in this arrangement meant, and I was meant to understand it is rounding up or closure of an activity. And you can only celebrate closure when you're happy that you have good things that you can show that you have done. After listening to the Chief of Naval Staff, the recording and listing of achievement of the Navy for the year, I feel strongly that there is every need to celebrate end of year. It has not been an easy system, not just for the Navy, but for our country, more especially when we're faced with a devil that we're all working to overcome: oil bunkering, vandalization of our pipelines, and others. And in most cases, the agency saddled with this very difficult task is the Nigerian Navy, because 90% of our oil lines are in the swamp and the Niger Delta region. So I can say this night that you have done well for our nation. Congratulations. On our own part, to also make you succeed, we have always collaborated with the Nigerian Navy, supported where we need to support, where we also need to play a role of advice. We have not been left behind. So I join you this evening to say that we know the tasks ahead of us in the new year that we're entering into. We will work assiduously together to make sure that we combat, we confront, and we overcome the challenges ahead of us. Let me, on this note, wish you a Merry Christmas in advance and a prosperous New Year. Hoping strongly that with God, everything will end well in Jesus' name. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Please, a round of applause for His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Fubara, for those very kind words. His Excellency, the Governor, sir, we cannot, as you can see, sir. We had to play national anthem for you, and we had to come to attention. So not keeping embarrassed. Thank you so very much for joining us. We cannot thank you enough. And thank you for all the support you're going to render to Naval Unit River State. We're going to pray for your continued success as you move River State to greater heights. It is now time for customary presentation of souvenirs to our gifts. His Excellency the Governor, it is a tradition of the Nigerian Navy that when we invite very important persons to join the Nigerian Navy family, we do not want you to go back home without something to mark your, joining the Nigerian Navy family. And in keeping with that tradition, the chief of the Naval Staff will make a token presentation to the special guest of honor, the Executive Governor of River State, Sir Similalaye Fubara. A memento you would keep to remember a time like this, 2024 Ceremonial Sunset Dinner and Award Night Ceremony, when you joined us and felicitated with the Nigerian Navy family. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, the Chief of Naval Staff, for once again helping us to make this token presentation. Having made that presentation, it is now time for the vote of thanks. To move the vote of thanks on behalf of the Nigerian Navy is the Chairman, Main Organizing Committee, the Commandant, Nigerian Naval College, Commodore B.K. Effiong. May I now respectfully invite the senior officer to the lectern to move the vote of thanks on behalf of the Nigerian Navy. The Chairman, Main Organizing Committee, sir.
The special guest of honor of this auspicious occasion, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of River State, Sir Similalaye Fubara, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, Admiralty Medal. Permit me to please rest on the already established protocol. I am Commodore B.K. Effiong, the Chairman Organizing Committee of this August event. I am highly honored to present this vote of thanks on this occasion of the Nigerian Navy 2024 Ceremonial Sunset Dinner and Awards Night. Let me begin by thanking the Almighty God for making us to witness and participate in yet another Nigerian Navy Ceremonial Sunset. A special appreciation goes to the special guest of honor for finding time, despite his tight schedule, to be with us here today. I also want to most especially honor the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, Admiralty Medal, for ensuring that the ceremonial sunset moves across commands. Thus, this has afforded the Eastern Naval Command the opportunity to host this year's ceremony. The ceremonial sunset dinner and awards night provided us the opportunity to reflect on the achievements of the Nigerian Navy in 2024. These achievements are a testament to the very able leadership of the Chief of the Naval Staff. Sir, we are indeed very thankful to God to have you at the helms of affairs of the Nigerian Navy. To our host governor and representatives of other governors here present, I say thank you for honoring our invitation. Your presence indeed added clout to this event. Our own very icons of the Nigerian Navy, I say a big thank you for always coming back to the Navy when we call on you, especially on occasions such as this. To all other highly honored invested guests, we appreciate your time spent with us. We say thank you. Senior military and paramilitary officers here, We are also appreciative of your presence with us, and we say thank you. It is our wish that you all will continue to support the Nigerian Navy in all facets of our activities. I also wish to say thank you to all members of the organizing committee for their untiring efforts that made this event a success. To the Nigerian Navy Band and all entertainers, I say thank you for the soothing music and performances that made this event worthwhile. To all vendors, caterers, stewards, and other support staff, I say thank you for your individual professional touch in the services you rendered here today. Finally, I want to once again sincerely appreciate the special guests of honor and all esteemed guests for gracing this occasion and making it a very memorable one. On behalf of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, Admiralty Medal, I wish you all safe journey as you return to your respective destinations. It is the Yuletide, so let me seize this opportunity to wish us all a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Thank you for coming, fair winds and safe sails. And as we say in the Nigerian Navy, onward together. Good night.
May we give the chairman, main organizing committee, the committee that is responsible for putting together this beautiful event, another resounding round of applause. You agree with me that they deserve a resounding round of applause. Okay, any moment from now, the special guest of honor, and indeed our distinguished invited guest to be leading the arena, may I crave the indulgence of all other guests to please allow our select distinguished guests to leave before we begin to leave. At this juncture, the Chief of the Naval Staff will now invite the special guest of honor to go and conduct the band. They will be supported by the Chief of Defense Intelligence, the representative of the Chairman, Senate Committee on the Navy, the Chief of Defense Staff, Service Chief, and indeed icons from the Navy as they go to conduct the Nigerian Navy Band. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of River State, this is a tradition of the Nigerian Navy where we invite our special guest to go help us conduct the band. And may I add that this is the best band in the whole of Sub-Saharan Africa. We have evidence to prove. And it's been indeed the honor of the Nigerian Navy family to have His Excellency, the Executive Governor of River State, Sir Siminalayi Fubara, conduct the Nigerian Navy Band. And Navy Band, please don't disappoint us, please. At once they are done with conducting the band, we will be requesting to most respectfully request that we stand for the national anthem as a special guest of honor to pass therein. Excellence. Standing, chief of the Naval Staff, so sports, special guest of honor. So, special guest of honor. Thank you once again for joining us. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much.